Today I am going to learn some shit. Or I'm going to reinvent the wheel myself. I guess one or the other. They're both acceptable. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. See what we got going on. Don't click random buttons. Gotcha. I can do that. I could not click random buttons. So, one of the things we had was the history pane, but I do have a content pane for the potions, which does just do that. There's no removal, so how do you... I just deprecate this, and then I can see where it's used. Yeah, and then basically I just need to mimic what we're doing here for anything that does this. And since it isn't iterable, I can... Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Did I declare... Did I create this somewhere? I did. Okay, so it's gonna be this dot potion pane dot interesting. I need to remove it from the button list. Actually, we can button list. This does have a potion effect. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Stream dot filter GUI remove potion button. Actually, wait, hold up. It's been a bit since I've worked on this. I think the last time I worked on it was the 30th, and it's now the 6th. It's been about a week. Yeah. Um class is instance. So we can check, we can stream all of those. Now the question is, do I want to remove them? Do I need to remove them? Because this ID might be important. Actually, is this ID even important? Not necessarily. But I think it wants different IDs. Does it care about the ID? Doesn't really seem to care, which is nice. It's nice that it might not care. I can utilize that. I don't know. Okay. We have an instance of these. I have to do like set operation or whatever. You know what? It's probably just better to just do this. Just a button list remove. This might actually be. This might be better. Put it in a separate list and then iterate over that list to remove stuff instead of removing it from the list that we've like done a stream over, because we might get like some concurrent modification problem. actually gonna break here instead. I don't want to return out of the entire thing, so I still have to do this. This doesn't even need to return a boolean anymore. This can be void. I think this is a better way to do it. It might not be the most efficient code, but I don't think it matters. And then here, this is going to be this dot potion pane dot get viewable contents dot for each, well, this. So now I need to change the Y, because for the content pane, actually for the history content pane, how did I do that? It should be like that. If I get X. That's Y, okay. I'm just gonna update Y here. A potion X plus 3. I mean, do I care about the X pause? Do I care about it? I mean, potion X plus 15. No, I don't care. Where the hell am I, dude? Let's draw screen. I'm here. Okay. I'm not actually gonna add the buttons here. I'm gonna add all these buttons, and then I'm gonna do this dot potion pane dot get viewable contents dot for each this add button. We only add the buttons that are actually visible, and then Minecraft will draw them. So this should be the this dot potion pane dot get X. And this should be this dot potion pane dot get Y. And Y should increase by an amount equal to get offset Y. So that they're all lined up, and then based on our scroll position, which may return everything. Okay, try that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Does this actually scroll? Or does it break? Right, so this scrolls. I need more potion, obviously. Don't really want to give it poison because that'll be annoying to constantly hear it kind of going. Oh, so close. Right, it would. Alright, I need to change it so that it changes their Y level for the buttons. And I don't think I have, like, a way to get the scroll amount. Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. I need to iterate over it this way. There we go. Look at that, dude. It's scrolling. If I get rid of this. See, it didn't scroll back, which it should try to do. How can I make it do that? I need to make it update its scrolling. How can I do that in a nice way? I do something like this, where I update the scroll bounds. Whoops, no. This dot scroll Y. Care about this thing. And I need to make sure I clamp it between 0 and this dot get contents height minus this dot height. So now when we're viewing it, it should, okay, so now add fire resistance. Alright, this is now scrollable. Awesome. If I scroll down and open it, it still scrolls up to the top, which is literally the point. This I want to be scrolled to the bottom. This I want to be scrolled to the top. So I've added this, which should allow me to, when I choose to iterate over the contents, update the scroll bounds before we sublist, which should, like, shift everything back if needed. Now this drawstring thing. I think it's under render string. I don't know. It like changes the color. If I'm holding an enchanted item, which is weird and absolutely shouldn't do that. So I'm thinking the way it's doing that is weird. How did we get here? We got here through this drawstring, which takes us to drawstring with shadow. Which is drawstring with this set to true, so we're here. We render the string off a little bit with a drop shadow. That doesn't matter. We set the color to this, which is just the argument that's been passed in the entire time. Render string at position. Well, how did the other button do it? This. Drawstring with shadow. Alright, whatever. Let's see if this scroll thing works, and then I might input a breakpoint and figure out why the fuck it's changing color on me. Because that's weird. But this should not mess up the damage history either. Yeah, like it doesn't mess this up. Right, and now if I get rid of this, it actually shifts everything down. Look at that, isn't that great? Everything, okay, this text is normal, this text is normal, this text is normal. Why is this text darker? Because it's like, I thought maybe it's like, I have no idea. I don't know why Oh, if I'm holding an item, it does it. I think that's because... What if I do F3 plus H and I turn off advanced tooltips? It still does it. Okay, well, I know which color this is. This color is the same color as the ID in the item tooltip. That's dumb. It's beyond dumb. And let's add another potion effect. One that's, again, not like super annoying. Jump boost. Alright, okay, so we now have a handful of potion effects. If I get rid of invisibility, it shifts it all up. They're still invisible. It took a moment. Interesting. But poison... does stop right away. Okay, invisibility, I guess, for some reason takes a sec. Okay, these scroll at least. And it seems to work correctly, so... That's good. I would now just like to know why holding an item changes the color of this text. It does not change the color of the text here, for example. But also this is fine as well. And this is fine as well. Which is weird. So however those do it is basically how I want to do this as well. Just not font render, draw string. That's probably what I want to do then. Draw string. I don't need to specify the font renderer. Alright, I'm guessing that works. I don't know why the other thing doesn't. Yeah, this now doesn't have, a shadow. But this doesn't have a shadow either. This has a shadow. These ones don't. And it still fucks up. Why? Why? Yeah. Hello. Wi-Fi now works. Oh boy, nice. And then this is like this. Should this be... Oh, wait a second. Where is this done? Call hierarchy for this. Done on draw screen. Where it draws GUI container background layer. Alright, I'm back. This is 1984. It's going. We're trying to figure out the mystery of the different colored text, as you can see. When I hold an item, the text is a different color. But it's not different color for this, and it's not different color for this. And that is what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so draw screen. Draws a screen. And it does draw a GUI. Disable standard item lighting. What is the fuck is this? Oh, what? I think I know what's going on here. I feel like I need to take this stuff. I need to draw text box. Does this draw text box draw the text that is inside the thing? Yes, it does. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. I have a vague semblance of an idea that might spontaneously combust. We update the GUI first because the GUI needs to be. This does whatever it needs to do. And then we do super.draw screen, but we take all of this stuff here, which you can't see because I've cleverly hidden the screen with the rest of the game because I'm a genius. No, I'm not. And I put it under the draw GUI container foreground layer. That way, it does something. I move all of this here. Now for this, I think I actually want this dot draw string. It should be this dot font renderer. We'll try this. We'll leave this one the way it is. So I'll probably just leave it like that regardless. I don't know. But now it's drawn the foreground light. I think it's something to do with item lighting or whatever, which is exactly what it appears to suggest when I look at when this is called. It disables item lighting when this is called, the foreground layer, and then it re-enables it after the fact. So this should fix that annoying problem. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Why the hell are you all the way over there? Buttons are in the right spot. The text shows up correctly. They just don't render in the right spot. Why? What are you doing wrong? What about the GUI repair? It did something, right? Where the heck are you? Here. The text color, set disabled text color. Set enabled background drawing false. Set max string length 35. Oh, look at this. Disable lighting, disable blend. Wow. Enable lighting. It's re-enabled. Draw screen. Disable lighting, disable blend, draw text box. Wabam, dude. I have ultimately decided that this no longer needs to be here. And instead, we'll go back to here. And this is just drawing strings. So this is going to be Jill's state manager dot disable blend. Jill state manager dot disable lighting. Why you go at the end, you weirdo? Because it does it before it draws the text box. Ah. And meanwhile, over here, this dot input amp dot set set max string length to 3. It should only be able to hold 3 characters anyway, so we'll do that. I don't know if I need to do this other shit. It seems fine. Okay, I don't need this then. That's kind of a useless call. Disable it, then draw all of this stuff. I don't know if I need to worry about that. Why do you care about repeat events? Is it for typing? This might mess up this if this is not before. Did you see how it wants to draw the rendered tooltip before it disables all this shit? I think I know what's gonna happen here, and I think I'm not gonna like it. I think I know exactly what's gonna happen here, and it's gonna suck. Why does that have to be so fucking finicky, dude? It just, like, draw the screen. Just put the shit on the screen. I bet what happens is the tooltip's gonna get cut off by the text box, which is, I'm pretty sure, why I did it at the very end anyway. What even? Why though? But why? Why do you have to do the thing that makes you annoying as fuck? See, what the hell is this? Ooh, oomst. Right? And apparently this is how... Apparently this is how anvils work. Call me fucking stumped. Oh, you can actually see it. You can actually see the text overlap. That's so dumb. It's a little bit hard to see with certain tooltips, but if you got something with a ginormo tooltip, where it had to like expand upwards, but Minecraft doesn't normally have tooltips that are that large and in charge. So yeah, that's a interesting little quirk. I can re-enable blend and re-enable alpha. Not alpha, lighting. I can re-enable those when we're here, and then re-disable them after the fact, because then it'll be consistent. Sure, whatever. So we disable it, we draw the text shit, we enable it, we draw this stuff, and then we disable it again. Why does this have to be fucking rocket science? Apparently, it just do. Okay, so. This is good, this is good. We will now, after this, we will now move to the main event, which is a scroll bar. Which I have, like, no idea. And, like, you can create a, like, Minecraft. What the fuck? What do you mean there's not enough to scroll here? Are you fucking kidding me? Actually, wait, what if we... see, now there's a scroll bar. So this is what I'm looking for. However, it should instead scroll in increments. Dude, I don't know how to fucking do that. I don't know how to do that. God damn, dude. GUI flat presets. Says list slot. Which I guess... Where is this? Down here. It extends GUI slot. Render icon. Okay, I don't care about rendering icon. I care about element clicked, is selected, draw background, draw slot. That literally... But then how the fuck do you scroll? Let's start draw screen. GUI slot. Where the fuck is this even? Scroll up button ID, scroll down button ID. Amount scrolled, scroll multiplier. Right, okay, sure. Draw list header, clicked header, render decorations, get slot index from screen coordinates. How the fuck do you even work? It's the export. Okay, so it sets it to whatever the text is, which makes sense. And then it draws the screen for this. Update screen. Was this an override of GUI screen? Interesting. I didn't know this was a thing. It doesn't really matter. Right, and it registers presets. Great, awesome. Top in, bottom in, slot height in. Okay, this is a lot of the stuff that I did with the content pane, basically. This is for rendering the icon, which doesn't matter. Element clicked. Wait, but registering this actually... .list.selected. This is for things that can be, like, clicked. Selected, get content height, draw background, update, item pause, draw slot, draw list header, clicked header, render decorations. All this stuff is like, dude, I don't even fucking know. This mouse Y within slot bounds, scroll by. It binds the amount scroll, initial click Y. These are the scroll buttons. What texture do you bind to? And God knows what you bind to. You don't bind to shit. Okay, we have this content pane. This is where I need to... what the fuck am I doing, dude? I have this thing for scrolling, and then I need to draw the fucking scroll bar. How does this connect to anything? Okay, how does this know? Also, can we get at a debug view? Just fuck the errors, please. Alright, thank you. How does this know what is selected when I click somewhere? So, right here, this.list.handle mouse input. Okay, so this thing has a handle mouse input. So is mouse Y within slot bounds? That's to determine that. Okay, I understand that. And then this is where it scrolls. Okay, but then how do you know which element was clicked? If initial click, the set width minus let's width, header padding, whatever, get size. How do you, literally, how do you do that? Get size and mouse greater than that, and that, and that, and that. This that mouse Y. Minus this at top, minus this at header padding, plus the amount scrolled minus 4. And you divide it by the slot height, and that allows you to determine where you clicked. So this doesn't actually keep a list of the contents. This just uses where you click on the screen to determine where it would be based on where things should appear. What the hell? Right, because then it takes the amount scrolled here, and then it just increases that amount scrolled. But how do you know if you're clicking on the thing? This checks to see if we're holding the mouse button down, which valid. If we're holding it down, okay, I have a couple ideas. They're not good ideas. Don't get me wrong. They're not great. So the scroll bar will always be on the right side. So it's going to factor in the width of this to do that. I mean, the shite ideas lead to the good ideas. This is fair. This is fair. Okay, so how do we trim this to the length? We trim it to literally, it's just set there. Minus this, right? So it's trims it to that specific length. Okay, awesome. I don't care. Um, we can fix it later if there's a problem. All right, so we have. I think what I'm gonna do. No, I might redo this. Private static final int. This is going to be scroll bar width, and that's going to be, I don't know, how fucking wide was the scroll bar here? God knows. Where, how wide you make? How wide you make? dot text, right? So yeah, this is a text chords for fucking what? Your goddamn buffer builder, which is in your tessellator, which is a Minecraft thingy. Yeah, sure. Okay, I can just I know how I can draw it. I'm not like super worried about that. I can just draw a rectangle. This dot bottom, this dot top. L1 plus K1. And we'll make it about 4 wide, and we can just adjust from there. Make it 5 wide, sure. Now, what I need is, I need a void handle mouse click thing, right? Boom. Now this thing is going to do the same thing the other thing basically did, right? Where the click, this is just for the scrolling part, because I've technically already handled all that other shit. Initial click, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we also need to know, this is probably going to be a private thing. Get scrollbar height. It might be public, actually. So, how do we get the scrollbar height? The scrollbar height is going to be basically the amount of contents we can fit divided by the number of contents in the list. So how many contents can we fit? Hello, hello. How's it going? Get viewable contents. I wish I could just get the size of this, but I set it to be an iterable. You got something for me? Alright, what you got for me? Hit me with something. Hit me with knowledge. Antique Atlas has great GUI code, including scrollbars. Oh, fuck. You might be onto something. Let's take a look at this. Okay, this issues page will take you to that. Like, I was actually amazed how in-depth the creator went with GUI code. Oh my god, this could be cool. I'll take a look. If it saves me If it saves me time, I am all for it. Though we do have to make sure we are on 112 here. Other spots, the code sucks. Ah, classic. This is gonna be under main Java. Client. The handler, texture set, blah blah blah, GUI. Progress bar overlay. I like barely remember how this mod works, so I'm not sure what I'd be looking at for the scroll buttons. UI component button. That's in that. And I'm also not sure if it's going to mess. It's called Scrollbar? Okay. Then I am not in the right spot. Oh, GUI scrolling container. Hello. Which takes a scroll bar with a viewport. Yeah, I mean this is how Java does it, right? Add scrolling content, use move content to remove it. Yeah, okay. Set viewport size. Validate size. Like I have the scrolling working. The scrolling for this works, actually. I've already made scrollable content and it works. The problem is now I have to attach a scroll bar, which is where I am at, which I guess probably the V scroll bar is probably what I want. Draw textured rec, which is exactly how I would draw it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Get viewport size, get content size, get mouse pause, update content pause, set scroll bar width. It's a GUI scroll bar. That's what I need. Send GUI component, which is whatever. No, not in 1.18, brother. No, 1.12, please. Or 1.12.2, whatever. Oh my god, did you actually just take me all the way to 1.18? You bitch. Alright. Length of the non-scaling caps at the beginning and end of the scroll bar. Sure. Scroll step, yeah. Visible, clicking content ratio, scroll ratio. That uses wheel, update content. A lot of this I sort of already handled. I basically just need to figure out where my scroll bar is, which is more or less what we're doing here. It doesn't need to be super great code because this is like literally the only time I need a scroll bar. I'm thinking I'm sort of on the right track. Can I do a stream of an iterable? Stream dot of iterate? No. Oh. You suck balls. Alright, whatever. I need to get the viewable contents. I still want to leave it as an iterable, but I now just need to get the length of this iterable. Is there a class that can do that? I could have thought it would. I guess, yeah, iterables are... I guess they could be infinite. This is true, because you could have infinite iterators. Haha. Oh, fuck. fuck casting to generic class. We're not doing that. Whatever, dude. I'm just gonna do this old school, dude. This is not the greatest, but you know what? Whatever. This is the number of things I can see in here. Beautiful. Okay, now I know the amount of things I can see. Now I have to divide it by the number of things I can see, or the number of things in there. This also has the added upside of updating the scroll bounds, which is what I'm going to appreciate having. And I'm going to return view count divided by this dot contents dot size, right? Because that's what I need. No, the contents height. Get contents height. Oh. Because I'm not dealing with pixels right now, I'm just dealing with the number of entries. So this represents the proportion of entries I can see, and then I need to also then multiply this by this dot height of the container. Because this will represent the percentage of it that I get to see, and that scroll bar will now dynamically update with size. You're not dealing with the average Saiyan anymore. No, you're completely correct. Yeah, but like, I know this. And I just, yeah. This is intentional. This code is dog shit. Don't look at me for how to do shit. I don't know how to get the length of an iterable other than just iterating over it and counting it. It works. It works. I don't care. Okay. So now I will know the scroll bar position because I have the scroll Y. Fuck iterables, right? I have the scroll Y, and so I will know where it's positioned because I know the height and I know the width. I know where that bar is. I now know where it exists. So on handling the mouse click, which, oh, I don't know, probably needs the mouse X and the mouse Y if I had to hazard a guess, I can now determine if I am clicking the scroll bar. And that will be if, dude, the amount of times I have to do this fucking thing. I should put this in a util thing, like click within bounds, and you just specify bound, 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 bound. Because the amount of times I need to do this is fucking crazy. Right, because I did this. However, it's now mouse X less than equal. Right, this dot X. Fuck, I need to figure out, like, so it's on the right, right? So, like, I know its dimensions. Now, what's its dimensions relative to the rest of the screen? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Its X coordinate is going to be this dot X minus the scroll width. No, this dot X plus the width minus the scroll width. How about we just view that within bounds int x in, int y in, int x min, int x max, int y min, int y max. Butte. All right. Comment this out for a sec. Basically, I just want x in less than equal x max. Yeah. Return x in less than equal x max and x in greater than equal to x min, and then we do the same thing for y. Y in less than equal to y max and y in greater than equal to y min. Did I do that right? Yin. Whoops. Alright. Butte. Now this shit just returns with this dot. This can be static, right? Yeah, make this static. Whoops. Return within bounds. This is going to be mouse x, mouse y, this dot x plus this dot width. Nope, this dot x. This dot caps lock, please. This dot x plus this dot width. This dot y, and the y max is this dot y plus this dot height. Boom. Let me just confirm that this is that this works out to being identical. So this dot x is going to be x min, which is going to be there, which is the second argument here, and then this dot x plus this dot width is x, the 1, 2, 3, 4 I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4 x max, it goes there, so this is less than or equal to that. And then mouse y has to be less than or equal to this argument, which is the last one, y max, which it is, and then mouse y also has to be greater than or equal to this argument, which is the second last argument, which puts it there. Okay, cool. Because I could see myself fucking that shit up. So we're not doing that. And this is going to be within bounds. Our mouse x, our mouse y, our x minimum is going to be this dot x plus this dot width minus scroll bar width. That's our minimum x. Our maximum x is this dot x plus this dot width. And our y minimum is this dot scroll y. And our y maximum is this dot scroll y no. Yes. Yeah. Plus this dot get scroll bar height. Boom. I have a Boolean. Holy shit. I have a true or false. This is revolutionary. I can't believe I'm fucking doing this. This is awesome. Okay, so now I will know if we have clicked the scroll bar. The fuck does that do for me? I know that the way this, okay, I'm not sure how, I see how all this works. Draw screen. Check if dragging the anchor. Was clicking is. Okay, yeah. This is okay. Beautiful. Check this shit. Private Boolean, report for duty, please. We update this. Scrollbar clicked. As if it's within bounds, right? Sounds horrible. Right, I agree. That's handling the mouse click. But now we need to handle the mouse input. So mouse release next, right? Yeah, fuck, you're right. I need mouse release. No, and sure hope you don't get a click without release. Ah, I just realized. I don't need to worry about that. Wait, maybe I do. Hold on. Where is this going to be called from? This is going to be called from mouse clicked. I understand that, but also mouse input. No, probably just in mouse input, because this mouse class, which I will do in mouse input, will actually have the button. This mouse clicked shit is just for this. I don't touch this. So this is going to have this. And we already have stuff handling here to scroll it down or up. And that's for this, right? I probably don't need this anymore. Well, actually, it's if scroll's not, then I do this. Anyway, so in here, I'm going to, from this mouse class, this Lowidgel, what is this fucking shit? Reset mouse. I think is grabbed. What the fuck? Pulls the mouse for its current state. Pulls the mouse for the current state, doesn't actually return anything. Awesome. I love this library. Get x, get dy. What is get dx? Movement on the x-axis since the last time dx was called. Oh shit. I mean, I don't care about the dx because you could click it. You could click a scroll bar and then move all the way. Okay, well, I guess it does have a bit of a leeway. Ask me if I give a shit. Maybe I do. Is a particular button down? Read, blah, 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 pull. All right. So I can get the dy, movement on the y-axis since the last time get dy was called, which I can pass in, or I can get it. I can get that here, right? Right here, we can get the dy and the dx. This is the current x position and y position of the mouse, and then I get the dx and the dy. Wait a second. What's the difference? Current events. What? Check if dragging the anchor, mouse down. If we're not clicking and mouse down, if the mouse is over it, then we set is dragged. If the mouse is not down, we set is dragged to false. Was clicking is equal to that state. Okay, that's more or less what I was thinking. And then if we're dragged, do set scroll ratio, get mouse pause. I see. It doesn't care about like a reference like the last point it was clicked. It's just like move the scroll bar to that point. I get you. 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 I understand. Um, if mouse dot is button down, which is 0, that's gonna be the left click button. If that's down, then if this dot scroll bar clicked, I'm guessing is dragged is also a member. Yeah, sure. Oh. Then here, this dot dragging equals true. Otherwise, okay, I see. I do need to store this as a local variable temporarily because I do need this information for later. Because if the mouse was pressed, then if the scroll bar is clicked, then we're dragging. If the scroll bar was not clicked, I don't give a shit. Otherwise, if we're not clicked, if the mouse was pressed, yeah, otherwise, this dot dragging equals false. This isn't exactly how it did it, but if the mouse is pressed, I take this here, And if the mouse is pressed, and if the scroll bar is clicked, and we are within the scroll bar, and I'm actually going to give a bit of leniency on the x-axis for this. -5 and +5. That's a bit of leniency so that we don't have to be exactly on the scroll bar. We just have to be within that bounds. But not when we initially click the scroll bar. Fuck, dude, this is so dumb. It's so dumb. Which means I need this fucking call again, because I need to change it. Within the scroll bar with leniency are leniently. Sure, fuck it. I'll take it. There's gonna be -5, and there's gonna be +5. Whoops. So, if the mouse button is down, and the scroll bar is clicked, and we are within scroll bar leniently, then we set this dragging to true. Otherwise, the mouse is not pressed, we're not dragging. Then we will set this dot scroll bar clicked equal to within scroll bar. Within scroll bar and mouse pressed. You have to click within the scroll bar. Boom. Okay, now we know whether we're scrolling. We know we're scrolling if this is set. Then this dot dragging, or this bit here. If we are dragging, then we will consider the scroll bar to be clicked so long as we're dragging. I mean, we'll be dragging so long as we're within the lenient scrolling bounds of the scroll bar. But the minute we let go, dragging is false, and then this is false, so then this is no longer clicked. But initially, on our first click, this is still false. So we're not going to enter this. Instead, it has to be, we have to be within the scroll bar and the mouse has to be pressed. Then it's initially set to true, which then allows our dragging state, which we will maintain. Okay, we have shit. Then if this dot dragging I need to scroll. This dot scroll y is going to be set to I now need to convert from the mouse coordinates to the scroll bar coordinates, basically. There's going to be, wait, this needs to be this dot y plus this dot scroll y times this dot height, yeah. No. Individual content height. Then over here, this dot scroll y. It's the same thing, right? It's going to be this dot y plus this times this dot individual content height. And then I do the same thing here. So this bit all the way up to here is what we set this to, which means I hate doing this. So I'm creating this dot x plus this dot width. And we have an int scrollbar y min. I love the non-consistent use of capital B in scrollbar. This is how you know I'm cooking. Right? Boom. That's this. Then we have int scrollbar y max, which is going to be, what the hell did I just type here? Oh, I pressed caps lock back, so that explains literally everything. There we go, that took forever. Now, this is scrollbar x min, scrollbar x max, scrollbar y min, and scrollbar y max. View. Now we do the same thing. Scrollbar x min minus 5, scrollbar x max, +5, scrollbar y min. And scrollbar y max. Okay, now we know that we're there. Scroll Y is now going to be set to the mouse Y. I don't actually need the event dx and dy. That's neat. The scroll. Okay, so the mouse Y, I need to convert to the scroll units. I converted this scroll units to the Y position by adding the Y and multiplying by the individual content height. So I need to take this mouse Y, we need to modulo, nope, nope, we need to divide this dot individual content height. We need to subtract minus this dot Y. Divide by this dot individual content height. Boom. Does this make sense? Make sense to everyone? Fucking makes sense to me. Alright, now we need to draw a dumb rectangle that we can click that is at the scrollbar position, which is this. It's been a while since we broke out the MS Paint. We might be getting to that. I'm gonna have a 2 scroll chords and a 2 screen chords. Why screen? This is going to be this is where I'm going to return basically this y screen minus this dot y divide by this dot individual content height, and then 2 screen chords. Which is going to be in y scroll. This is going to return this dot y plus y scroll times this dot individual content height. Because I'm going to need to continue to do that. This dot 2 screen chords. I'm going to pass in this dot scroll y. I'm going to do the same thing here. This dot 2 screen chords, and it's going to be this dot scroll y plus this dot get scrollbar height. Boom, and now just to complete it, good. Fuck that up. Awesome. Can't wait for that to haunt my dreams. This dot 2 scroll chords, mouse y. Now, why do we need that? Because I don't really need this part, but just to complete the conversion between the different coordinate systems, I have both of those. Now I need to convert these scroll chords to these screen chords to get the Y position of the thingy. I need to pass in... What the hell do I need to pass in? Is it just draw a texture modal rect or whatever the fuck it is? How the fuck do you do this? Draw anchor. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, it is abstract. I knew it was abstract. Draw anchor. Draw textured rec. But that's an Atlas render helper. Fuck, where's the Atlas render helper? It's in fucking util. It's not even in fucking client. It's in just Atlas util. Awesome. Atlas render helper. Draw textured rec. What am I looking for? Really, render engine. And you use a tesslator? Yeah, it's all over the place. Like, holy shit. Yeah, tell me about it. Why use a tesslator? I mean, I guess... After testing, there is no noticeable time difference between raw OpenGL rendering and using the world renderer. I want to know what the fuck the world renderer is. Sorry, I'm being an asshole. How the fuck do I... No. Some of them come from the 1.7 and older versions of Antique Atlas. Valid. Understandable. UI design is shenanigans. Tell me about it. Oh my god. All right, so let me just explain where we're at here. All right. Is this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fuck client-side programming. I agree. Fuck that shit. What the hell's a world renderer? For legal reasons, that is a joke. Probably some 1.7 thing. I think it's actually just a typo. I think they meant world renderer. And they added an extra E. This is gonna be a thinker, yeah. There are lots of typos. Oh, I fucking love typos, dude. Okay, here's the thing. I'm like trying to unzip a sweater that I don't have on. What the fuck? Actually, give me a second. My room is now up to temperature, ergo, I do not actually need to wear a sweater anymore. But my sweater did not zip, so I was like, oh fuck. Okay, so now for this, I don't want to draw some. Who uses tessellator? I'll tell you what you use. Look at this. Give me a second. Let me make sure that I actually know what the fuck I'm doing. All right. Observe as I demonstrate. This is going to be HUD under draw utils. It isn't. The fuck is it under? This draw. Cool. This is fine. Nope, it's not. Can I get something abstract stat bar? There we go. Draw. Where's my draw? Here it is. Find texture. Draw icon. The fucking rabbit hole I'm going down to find my own goddamn code. I think. In-game GUI. Oh, what the fuck is... Maybe that's my problem. I'm a fucking dumbass. Well, I don't think the in-game GUI is really useful here. Actually, maybe it still is. Draw textured modal rec. What does this even do? That's what I don't know. It just calls tessellator anyway. I'm fucking stupid as shit. Awesome. I mean, it does make life easy, but I'm thinking... You really just want me to draw. Alright, fine. I'll draw. Where are we at? I'm not doing this. Because... I don't even know if I can. But, anyway, it doesn't matter. Later, get instance. Awesome. Cool. Can we import that? Awesome. Yes. Good. Buffer builder. Buffer, whatever. Equals tessel dot get buffer. Okay. Now buffer dot begin. Right. This is where we have to do this. Yeah. So this is GL. I know how this works. I do want GL quads. Yeah, because we're not drawing triangles. Default vertex format. Dot position. I don't think I even want position text because I don't want a texture right now. Anyway, like whatever. I'll just draw like a gray bar or whatever the fuck. For now, it's fine. Buffer dot pause. It's always drawn at Z0. So we will draw. We will draw a the X position. Right. The X position is going to be do I need to draw it clockwise or counterclockwise? How the fuck does the culling work? No, that only matters if you're drawing concave shapes. So I'm not drawing a concave shape. It doesn't matter. Where's the scroll bar? X-Men. It's right here. Yeah. This dot X. I swear on me, fuck. I have to do this shit again. Yeah, okay, whatever. There's gotta be a way where I don't have to fucking constantly do this shit. Scrollbar X-Min, Scrollbar X-Max. Fuck it, just make those methods and then just copy them down here and shit. Get Scrollbar X-Min. What the hell did I do here? Return this.x plus. Plus? You sure about that? I'm sure about that. Are you sure about that? Minus scrollbar width. Scrollbar width. I need help. Oh yeah, maybe indicate that that's an int. Eont. Get scrollbar. For love of God, can I be consistent on whether I'm deciding scrollbar is one word or two words? X max. Return this dot x plus this dot width. Boom. Okay, so now I know that I'm going to go at unsure camel casing. Dude, it's a new convention. You're not sure if it's one word or two words, so you have half of them be correct and half of them be wrong. That way you at least guarantee a pass. Because you get 50%. Data constantly in x1 equals this dot get scrollbar x min. In x2 equals this dot get scrollbar help me x max. Okay, good. We're going to go from hold on. In y1 equals this dot to screen chords. This dot scroll y. Sure, I don't know why you didn't autocomplete. In y2 equals this dot to screen chords. This dot scroll y plus this dot get scroll bar height. Ta-da! I don't think I'm actually gonna need this to be. This can be private. Until further notice. So we're gonna go from x1, y1, and we just iterate over all combinations of these in a sense that makes sense. In a sense that makes sense. End vertex. Buffer.pause. So this is going to be from x1 to x2, y1. End vertex. Buffer.pause. This is going to be x1, y1, x2, y1, x2, y2, 0. End vertex. I can't wait for this to be in the wrong order. And this is going to be x1, y2, 0. End vertex. I'm so glad I took a graphics course in university and I actually fucking know what I'm doing here. Vaguely. Does the buffer have a color thing? Buffer.color. Yes, it does. That's what I thought. I'm gonna go with the int version. And we're gonna do 128, 128, 128, 255. Does it matter the order I do it? No, it doesn't, because I just do tessel.draw. So now I do this for each content pane, and I do handle mouse input for each content pane. So we don't need this. I can actually just do it here. Yeah. This dot potion pane dot handle mouse input. Pass in the X and the Y. This dot history pane dot handle mouse input, pass in the X and the Y. Boom, it does that. Awesome, you love it. And then on draw screen. When do I want to do this? I should draw it maybe before I draw the contents that are within it. Theoretically, technically, you know? This dot potion pane dot draw, and then this dot history pane dot draw, and now we get to see it not work together. I don't know, does any of this make sense? I feel like, dude, when something explodes and loses a limb, I can't be held responsible. I refuse to be. You can't make me be responsible. Oh yeah, I'm over here. I should be over here. What'd I say? Alright. What null pointer exception did I get? Arithmetic exception. Oh. I'm just a dumbass. Oh, if the size is 0, then the scrollbar height insert shit, you divided by 0 again, didn't you, meme? Yeah, you're fucking right. I completely forgot that could be 0. Ha 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 ha. If, okay. If return this dot scrollable. If it's scrollable, we return that. Because otherwise the size is non-zero, right? Like, we're good. It's scrollable if our content height is greater than this. Otherwise... return this dot height for now. Oh shit. You know what? For now... Here. We'll make it the full length, and then maybe I'll set it to 0, because if I set it to 0... I'll need to see if that causes a problem. 2 screen chords. Well, we currently aren't, we won't be dividing by 0 at any other point, so... Now the question is, if I draw a if I use a tessellator to draw a rectangle with 0 height, does it just not draw anything? Or does it draw, like, something really dumb? Tesla ladder. I assume the tessellator just kind of draws nothing. But I can also in my draw method return early if the pane is not scrollable. Which means fundamentally it doesn't really matter. Okay, notably we don't have notably they aren't here. So well that's a mystery. How does the flat preset draw it? Does it I know you draw it some way, but you also use a tessellator for it, which is fine. Oh, but you set a texture coordinate. Uh-huh. So debug, we're going to x1, x2, y1, y2. Let's make sure that these make sense. Okay, we are getting coordinates here that are not 0 and fundamentally not dumb. It's just not drawing it. Unless there's something wrong with my default vertex. Position color, maybe. Maybe position color is what I want. Okay, let's set it to position color. Color. That like doesn't change anything. Which is lovely. I was hoping it would maybe change something. Okay, so it still considers itself scrollable. I added a guard to not draw anything if it's not scrollable, but it knows that it's scrollable. Why you no draw? Am I missing something really obvious? Fuck, dude, what the hell is this? What the fuck, mate? Okay. Because I'm not sure, I need to At the very least, eliminate the possibility that I'm just drawing it wrong. I need to confirm that I'm just drawing it wrong. And so the way we're going to do that is we're going to bind the fucking texture. I don't fucking know what this shit is. That doesn't matter. Like how it just uses the same number here instead of F. You go through the effort of declaring F, and you never use it. Now, that's probably just a way it gets decompiled or whatever, but... Minecraft.get Minecraft.get texture manager .bind texture. We're going to bind it to this. And then we will use position text. What? Well, hold on. What mode did I? Oh yeah, geo quads, right? Yeah. I don't know why this is set to this. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Maybe I need a call to geo state manager. I don't know. We get all this. I have a debug here. Geo state manager dot geo color. Okay, maybe it's just dot color. It is 1.0f, 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 1.0f. Make sure we got that. All right, we do that. Minecraft.get Minecraft. Whoa. Dot get texture manager dot bind texture, and we will bind it to GUI dot stat icons. Boom. All right, and we got this. This is now position text formatting, and I now need to dot text this shit. Now the question is, does it... I didn't know where this is called then. No, not calling the constructor, you dumb bitch. This thing. This method. Split slot BG. Alright, where's this called then? Render icon. Alright, where's this called then? This just pass all the way through. Draw slot. Hello. Where is this called? Draw selection box. And this takes... Okay. This draw slot. Does render icon... Icon metadata. Oh wait, it changes. No, I want to draw the goddamn scroll bar, you idioto. Ah, come on. You thought maybe it would do that, but it doesn't. It has a scroll bar. Well, then I'm not doing this. If it's doing it some other dumb way, I'm just setting this to position. I don't need this then either. Okay, so now what I want to do is I don't actually know what I want to do here. I want to know if this is at least working. I mean, I got this for, is hovering to know if we're doing that, so this makes sense. And that still scrolls, so this all makes sense. Where the fuck's my scroll bar? Do we end up getting here? If we get to dragging, then this should be updating. But I'm guessing we never get here, which leads me to believe that something's not right here. And so I might set a breakpoint here. I don't know. Let's see. Let's just make sure this works. Even if there's nothing drawn on the screen, clicking in this bound should still work. Okay, I need to have this over here so that I can see if I'm clicking. Click. Okay, do I get to this point? Okay, we do get that. Like, the method is being called. I get you. I get you. But I'm not within the scroll bar. Why am I not within the scroll bar? What? Okay. This is dumb. My X-min and X-max. Okay, that's not quite the location. I'm gonna try clicking... Brother. I'm gonna try clicking right here. That's still actually... not right. Okay, what if I try clicking on this? Oh wow, it's supposed to be like right there. Holy shit. Also, my scrollbar Y min and my scrollbar Y max are the same fucking thing. Well, that's probably an indication that something's wrong. Why are they the same? That doesn't make any sense. No, 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 no. Please. Please. Let me get out of here. So these are returning the same things. Which is... makes, like, no sense. Unless the scrollbar height itself is 0. Maybe... it updates it here. Okay. I see a couple of other problems I'm going to run into, which is lovely, but I just have to get this thing to draw first. Like, holy shit. Just draw, man. This is arguably, like, the hardest part. Once I have this working, just get textures, and then... like, then we're good. Then we're good. This shouldn't be... this shouldn't be as annoying as it is, but, like, apparently it is. I need the X and Y. I need those X-min, the X-max. I need the Y-min. I need the Y-max. Mouse X, mouse Y. Scrollbar X-min, scrollbar X-max. Scroll. Come on. Scrollbar Y-min. Scrollbar Y-max. Alright. Let me see what we're doing here. So I click here. New and mods add additional creature attributes. Not my problem, basically. Basically not my problem right now. Because Kek wouldn't be 2 of my mods, surely. Well, I know. Oh, I am well aware. But this doesn't need to support your mods. All this needs to support is DDD. I don't need to care about any of the rest of that. Right? So that's where I'm at mentally right now. In enchantment control, you can add as many custom creature attributes as you want. And then enchantment control is gonna go in and it's gonna make 5 million different adds to this enum with Forge's enum helper, and then I'm gonna be like, you know what? I understand that modding requires you to make some alterations to the way Java works in a sense. But fuck enum helper. Yes, fuck that. That causes so many unnecessary problems. You should not be altering the amount of enums there are. Instead, there's a better way to do it via mixins. Yeah. Actually, Forge should have introduced a way to have have extended the creature attribute enum to be like the vanilla ones plus custom ones that are added in, but they're not all stored in enum. It's stored in some other shit. And then just replace all the calls to creature attribute things with like this Forge thing. Yeah, just some interface. Exactly. That's what should have been done, but, you know, this is where we are. Okay. I'm within the... Okay, we're not gonna talk about the fact that the scroll bar... I think I... What the fuck? You know what? Add this. Add this. Add the size. Right? And then here we're going to add this dot content dot size. Alright. Then, when I click like this, size is 7. Right, and the size is 24. How the fuck you getting bullshit? Alright, let me... How the fuck... Where's my 2 screen cords? Hello? 2 screen cords. Plus Y scroll times individual content height. The individual content height... Alright, you know what? I'm just printing out, like, everything. This dot get scrollbar height. Get scrollbar height. Alright. Yeah. Do this. Okay. Now, I go here, right? And I clicky. And the scrollbar height is 0, and I'm going to slap someone. Why is the scrollbar height 0? There's only one way the scrollbar height would be 0. There's only one way. And that is that it's iterating over some empty-ass iterable. But why and how? But you should... What the fuck? Alright. It should be getting 5 and shit. Scroll Y, divide by this individual content height, end equals start plus this plus 1. Return this contents at sublist. The fuck? The thing is that it gets 5 elements for the potion thing, right? And I know that because on the actual thing where it draws it, it iterates over the viewable contents to draw the strings corresponding to the potion effects. And then over here on the yeah, I'm not pointing to my screen. I'm actually mousing on OBS because I have Minecraft minimized right now. On the damage history section on the right, that one. There's like what 7? No, there's more than 7 strings. There's like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 strings here, which means there should be 8 things. And you're like, when it views the contents, this is in between updates when it's empty. I call bullshit. I call bullshit because I update the GUI, then I draw the pane. And then I iterate over the viewable contents right after I draw the pane. So if I'm iterating over the viewable contents right after I draw the pane, then it should still be visible. Am I okay? Wait, to implement iterable, don't you need to get an iterator? Yeah, you need an iterator. Wait, can't I use the iterator to get the size of it? Well, no, but can't I use an iterators class to get a size? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be possible. It doesn't matter though. I have this thing, and it should be... I call some bullshit. You know what? I'm gonna fucking debug this, alright? We're gonna be part of this journey together, alright? Hold on. I need to minimize this. Look at this. So, boom, right? Boom. This scrollbar Y min, we're gonna go in here, right? It returns this. Awesome. Awesome sauce. This returns 103. This is for the potion one. I don't think this is how it's supposed to work. It doesn't matter. And now we're here. And now we go in here. And the view count is 0. And so now, I'm gonna get the viewable contents. We're gonna update the scroll bounds. We get the contents height. We get the size. The size returns 7. It's a non-empty list. And then we clamp it. Why is... Scroll Y is 0. Right, no, yeah, it's fine, because it's scrolled at the top. We're scrollable. Right, so then this will be 0, which is fine. And then we add this, end is 5. And then we sublist it. Right? Okay. Boom. Yeah, okay. Boom. Yeah, okay. It returns a sublist. The sublist is an array list that has shit in it. Alright? Boom. Viewable contents returns this array list. We get a list iterator. We have a next. Get out of here. Boom. View count is 1. View count is 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So far, I'm with you. Scroll will return true. Size returns 7. I know what I did. 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 Right here. Class, what the fuck did I fuck up? I'm pissed. Ah, shit, integer division. That's what happened, right? This needs to... Wait, what do you mean you cannot convert from float to int? But I've... Okay, yeah, this... Oh, yeah, and then I have to recast it to int. Because I need it in pixels, right? Which is int. But this math has to be done as a float. Float is fine. We don't need to be more precise than that. So if I cast this to a float, it should upcast this to a float, and then it will cast this to a float, and then it will do that. And that's why the scrollbar height was always 0. Never happened to me, surely. Ah! See, I don't fucking believe you for one damn second. You get off by 1 errors and get fucked by integer division just as much as everyone else does. And me more so than them. No way this is the same guy who made DDD, right? Like, the guy who made DDD was operating on a different level. 5 years of a really complex system. Ain't no way this is the same guy. This guy who gets fucked by integer division can't be the same guy. I refuse to believe it's the same guy. Well, I got news for you. It is the same guy. And if you're like, damn, how does DDD work then? Dude, it is fucking miracle sometimes, alright? The shit that works, works. The shit that doesn't work, doesn't work. That still doesn't fucking show up. What do you mean? Okay, well, click. I think I have to click here. DDD works by just not using ints and instead replacing it with lambdas. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's true. DDD uses a ton of fucking lambdas. The scrollbar height does exist now. We have a scrollbar height. Oh, and we are actually getting a dragging thing. It is saying that we're dragging. Look, lambdas are great, alright? We appreciate lambdas. Can I be dragged on that one? No, I can't be dragged on that one, because that one's really weird. Maybe the way I'm converting to scroll chords. I've learned to appreciate lambdas since I first took a glance at DDD code. I used to fucking hate lambdas. I haven't gotten used to optional yet, though. I used to hate. This is back in my first year of university. I actually could not wrap my head around functional programming, so much so that like it broke me. I just did not get it. I didn't understand it. Now, obviously, Java's not functional programming, but lambdas is a huge part of functional programming. And since actually being able to understand and appreciate lambdas and being able to pass them around as arguments to do some pretty wacky shit, I have learned to love lambdas. Because I can take a complex procedure that has a lot of similar things, but I have to do slightly different things in them, and then pass those slightly different things I need to do around as like arguments. Optionals are neat because if I didn't work with optionals with DDD, do you know how many null pointer exception problems we would end up having? A lot. We would have a lot. DDD, not now. I think I've ironed out a lot of those problems, but especially early on, I was always adding if null checks just to make sure I wasn't operating on something that's null. And I'm like, dude, this is just a pain in the ass. Optionals, a little bit more of an elegant way to do it, but it takes a little getting used to, for sure. So I'm dragging though. I'm dragging on it, but it's not changing the scroll Y. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, now I don't know. I thought I knew. I mean, I still might actually know. I'll give you two guesses as to what the fuck you think just happened and why nothing happens when I click with the scroll. Spoiler alert, it's the same problem as last time. Fucking integer division, dude. Again. Okay, so I cast this to a float, it'll do the integer division. Or sorry, it'll do it as a float division, and then I'll cast it down. And then I won't... It, I don't know, does this actually work? It doesn't actually change anything. I thought maybe that would be a problem. So I think that's definitely part of the problem. What happened to my... Oh, whoops. But it's not clicking! Oh wait, actually, this time it wasn't clicking. But you're not telling me I'm dragging, though. Ensure a marketing scheme by Big Pharma to create more aneurysms. Oh my gosh, you're so right. Why am I not scrolling? Where the fuck am I clicking? I'm clicking X381, Y137. Uh-huh. Oh, my Y is... What the fuck is this? What about that one time? Where we were doing it right. Wait, what the fuck? So I'm clicking... My Y is so low. What about scrolling down here? My Y is increasing. Oh, what the fuck? Huh. I think I have a problem. Uh-huh. Why? Why? Why is my Y min like 300 fucking pixels? It like wants me to be clicking down fucking here. Which, I mean, granted. Oh, look at that. It is scrolling. The scroll bars are just in the wrong spot. Damn it. What the fuck? This might explain why they're not being drawn correctly, because being drawn way the fuck off the screen. Do I have it backwards? Did I forget that Y was inverted? Yeah, it is. Well, that's why I subtract this. Surely I can't do the other way, because if I do the other way, then I end up with a negative number. Should I be adding? Just add a minus. Should I be adding? And then subtracting? Is one of them not inverted? Dude, I don't fucking know, man. Okay, where are we at now? Problem. This does not work. Oh, whoops. Why? Yeah. Okay. All right. I need to figure out where my Y is. So I will click here. I minimized that. I didn't mean to do that. I will click here, and I will click here. So the bottom one. Actually, I should just click once. Click once. Click once. Yeah. So the top of the screen is 0. Okay. I'm with you. I knew that. It measures from the top left. X goes left to right, Y goes top to bottom. I knew that. So in order to figure out the Y position on the screen for the scroll bar, I would know that if we're scrolled to the top, scroll Y is 0, and so our scroll bar should just be the Y position of our content pane, which is, whatever it is. So our two screen coords is going to just pass in, is going to return this.y. Great, awesome. But if I scroll down a touch, our screen coords is going to then be, let's say our scroll y is 1, then we're going to pass in here this plus this.y plus this individual content height, which for this I think is like 5 or 8 pixels or whatever. So it's this.y plus 8, which is not like it should move us further down on the screen. This makes sense. So, okay, I want to make sure I'm scrolled up to the top, right? Now, for when I create, wait a second, hold on. When I create the content pane, which I do in init GUI, all I learned from 5 years studying physics is that transformations are always the other way around, just like USB sticks. True, true. Okay. So this the content pane, which has the X, the Y height, and the content height. Wait, but that still doesn't make any sense. Okay. All right. So this here is the X position and the Y position. The Y position of this is going to be the input potion's Y position, the input potion's height plus 15 pixels, right? Now the input potion, manual blink. The input potion is the height, like the middle of the screen. We move up 10. We put that there. So, okay. Here's the thing. We are scroll to the top. Let me just... I'm gonna click, click, click. We have 3 clicks, which gives us 6 things for our 2 content panes. The size 7 is the potion one. This was near the top of the screen, where our Y is there. And our Y min is 103. Wait, why the fuck? Did I fix it somehow? What'd I do? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Y min is 103. So, we are dragging. Oh my god, we are actually okay. Huh. I need to clamp this for starters. This dot update scroll bounds. So that if I scroll it past a certain point, it just stays where it's supposed to be. Okay, but why are you... Okay, it's technically scrolling. This is just not working. Right, so if the mouse Y is set to the top of the content pane, it should set this to 0, which I agree. You know, whatever, just put in this dot scroll Y. So that I can maybe get some insight on where it's at. $15. Why is 15? What the fuck? So scroll chords times this dot get offset Y? Maybe? I'm not convinced. Oh. I fixed it. It works! Okay. I had to multiply by the offset y. Why did I have to multiply? Is this the only time this thing is being done? It probably still needs to get multiplied by the offset y. Wait! Then don't divide it by this. Question. What happens if I do this? Yes, I'm converting it to a float and back to an int. That's not going to do anything. We're fine. Okay. I guess I just didn't need to divide it. I don't know why. Alright. Now why the fuck are there no scroll bars? We have the scrolling part actually working. They are scrollable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's not drawing anything. Why not? That still doesn't change anything. What options do I have here? Position normal? I still don't have a fucking scroll bar. Alright, well, I have news for you. I think I know what the problem is. What is this? Why are they triangles? I think I iterated in the wrong order. Well, it at least gives me something to work off. Sort of. I don't know who got desolated. Scrollbar X min is... You have to do it counterclockwise. You have to specify it in a counterclockwise order. Not a clockwise order. I think that's maybe why I got fucked. I had it wrong. Okay, let's see if I specify it in counterclockwise order. Let's see what happens there. Okay, so x1, y1. Let's start from x2, y1. Then go to x1, y1. Then go to x1, y2, and then x2, y2. That doesn't change shit. Alright, good to know. The next thing is, I think... Okay, I think that part is fine. Yeah. Right. Uh-huh. Putting that in that order doesn't change anything. Does setting the color change anything in the... Oh. All I did was change the place I put the color argument. What if we don't specify a color argument? Interesting. Well, that's one way to do it. I suppose legal operation exception. You have to begin first before you can do this. Null pointer exception. Rendering screen color. On vertex format element get type, which is not set because I've not called begin. Ah, yes. Okay, so at the very least we know that much. We know that this has got to be beforehand. All right, good shit. I'm not sure why it's being fucked. Why is it the wrong way? Or why is it that's like completely fucked? Why does it go to the corners of the screen? We'll add just some arbitrary .text calls. I don't even know what texture map we're using. I started x2y1, so we'll go like 5-5 here. And then... No, this should be like 5-0. And then we go to 0-0. And then we go to 0-5, and then we go 5-5. Maybe it's just because there's no texture specified. I don't know. If it draws something, like I don't care what the fuck it looks like, alright? It doesn't matter. Use whatever texture map we currently have. Draw this shit. Welcome back. I crashed the game. Yeah, look. It doesn't show up, dude. Oh, so when there's no texture specified, it just doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, from here, I can click that. I should be able to click from here, and I can't. Why can't I click from there? Hello? Lyman is 1,000. 1,000! What the fuck? There's some dumb math shit involved here. Wow, you have to go really far down, and then it finally updates. Okay, so jump is at the top. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I see what's going on here. I just wasn't clicking in the right spot. Except The fuck? Okay, there's some slightly fucked shit here. It's not moving in steps of one line. I mean, I've decided that that's how we're gonna make it work. I had that issue with Antique Atlas Scrollbar. It looks really weird. I mean, I don't know. For now, get me the scroll bar working, right? Right side is fine. Potions is weird. Yeah, potions is maybe a little weird because these buttons, the right side, it does move in increments, right? But it looks good. But that's not the problem. The problem is the scroll bars don't exist. Like, I'm clicking and dragging the invisible scroll bar. I'm just not sure why the scroll bar isn't drawing, but outside of that, what I can do is I can click over here, mouse down, nothing's nothing's moving. Then if I mouse over where the scroll bar is, I grab a hold of it. And now look, I can even scroll both of these at the same time. That's not supposed to work like that. What the fuck, dude? I thought I accounted for that. So the mouse is pressed. Classic difference between pressed and clicked, right? Exactly. If the mouse is pressed and we're within the scroll bar, we're clicked. But I don't think Antique Atlas really does anything for that either. I mean, where's my... Okay, this thing, go to core, go to a GUI scroll bar. Because what this does is it checks, it handles the mouse input. Or sorry, draw screen. We check if the mouse button is down, if we were clicking, and then we also set was clicking to mouse down. Right, so here, if I were to do the similar thing, if the mouse is pressed and we're not like this, I think that's what I want. Okay, now I can't latch on to things. Ah, never mind. I can? I can't. I thought it changed shit. What the hell? The scroll bar is not clicked. Oh, wait a second. The scroll bar is clicked, and when we're within leniently, then we'll do that. But this is really annoying. Okay, so if the mouse is currently down, then if we last clicked the scroll bar, sorry, if it's currently down, and if we click the scroll bar and within leniently, then we drag. Oh, otherwise, I think I see what part of my problem is. Okay, so now okay, now we have a different problem. It would help if I knew where the fucking scroll bar was. Or just make the whole thing the scroll bar? I guess so. It is an option. It'd be helpful if the texture just fucking drew. Okay, can I get the texture drawing first? I'll deal with the scrolling later. Can we get this actually working? Why is this not working? Why is it not drawing a thing? That's what I want to know. I want to know why this shit ain't fucking working. Right, how does this thing work? Minecraft dot in-game GUI dot raw textured modal rec. That's what you even draw rec. This is under GUI. Draw rect. Where do you have draw rect, dude? Draw rect. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Enable blend. Disable texture 2D. Try blend func. Do I? This is in GUI. Fucking. I got this. Fuck all of this shit. This shit is dog water. Screen.draw rect. Wait, is it the static? This is static. Holy shit. I don't even need a GUI screen argument. Just do GUI to draw rect. There's fucking arguments for this for a reason. The left, the top, the right, the bottom. How the fuck does this work? Left. Okay, the left is the X one. The top is the Y one. The right is the X2. And the bottom is the Y2. And the color, this is an int. So 0x FF. Fuck this shit right now? Comment that out. Not this part though. What? Why it's still no draw bullshit? I literally call the function that says to draw a rectangle. I'm missing something so obvious it hurts. And I don't know what it is. We are getting to this point. And it is supposed to be drawing the rectangle like this. It's just not drawing the rectangle. Why not? It's getting to that part of the code. And it's just not drawing, dude. What could I possibly be missing? I make a call to color. Like, this should draw something, even if it's not in the right spot or whatever. Can I not draw anything from here? It shouldn't matter. I should be able to draw stuff from here. Or maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Draw screen, push matrix, translate color, enable rescale normal. Draw slot, mouse over slot, blah blah blah, color mask, sure, okay, draw gradient rect. Super to draw screen. We're not on update screen, we're on draw screen. Where the fuck is your draw screen? I literally clicked draw screen on this. You wanna see how dumb this is? Okay, here we are. We are here. I go super.draw screen. This doesn't look like super.draw screen. Dude, my like fucking workspace is for some reason fucked. I've tried fixing it, but I really don't feel like it. It's the pain in the ass. Okay, look, draw button. How does draw button work? I guess we'll find draw button. Color, blah blah blah. Draw textured modal rect. Wow, what does this do? Would you look at that? It does the same tessellator shit. Okay, cool. And then it draws whatever it needs to draw. Good for you. So it draws all the buttons, and it draws all the labels, and then it's gonna go back to here, and then it's gonna do all this other shit. And then we draw the container foreground layer. But when I am doing this, I disable the lighting, I disable the blend. Are there other things I should be disabling? Should I draw the panes before I draw the screen? Assume for an instant I draw this before here. We put this here. We do have to update the GUI first. Update the GUI before we do anything. All right, that way that's not a problem. I'm so confused as to why it won't draw. There's some flag, some state that is changing the way OpenGL, or I guess the Java GL, whatever the hell, is drawing things to the point where it does not draw those things. Because, like, it's still not drawn. Direct with custom sized texture. Draw modal rect with custom sized texture, dude. I don't fucking care. The X is gonna be X1. The Y is gonna be Y1. We'll 0, 0. This will be X2, Y2. The texture width will be 5. This will be 5. Sure, whatever. I didn't even draw that. I don't know what fucking texture map we're bound to. Get texture manager dot Find texture GUI dot. Fuck, I'll even take options background, bro. I'm pretty sure that's just a fucking straight texture map of that. It's just not drawing the fucking rectangle. It should draw a rectangle with like this background or whatever. Oh my gosh, it does. Also, I realized that this is incorrect. It should be like this one. Okay. Okay, we have something that vaguely represents a scroll bar. Is your texture in the wrong photo? I don't have a texture. I don't have a texture. I'm just using some arbitrary built-in textures for now. It's like, whatever. But the width of this texture is not correct. Okay. You know what? Whatever. I'll take it now. But see, like, look, now we actually have a bit of an idea of what the fuck is going on here. Because now I have something I can click. Though, why the fuck is it like this? Xmin X Max. This should be. Oh, the width. I see. I see the way it's doing it here. Scroll bar width. There we go. Now, this should be this stuck at scroll bar height. Ah, look at that. We have fucking scroll bars that just instantaneously vanish. Dirt scroll bar, dirt scroll bar. And you can see, there's something with them. And this would explain why. Right, because now I would need to click here in order to get a hold of it again. So we're getting somewhere. I now have slightly visible scroll bars. I realize now that the width of the content pane's like this. Your core transformation has a wrong factor in it. Absolutely. That's what's going on here, right? I'll fix the width of the content pane later. I don't give a shit about that. Right now, I just want to get this to scroll reasonably. And right now, yeah. Anyway, this is all right. We have something that is drawn, but why? So for this one, if I'm here and I click, right? This is the one that has size 24. The Ymin is 200. And then Okay, I click here. What do I get? I get for the 24 one that the Y-min's 100, and that I clicked at 102. Okay, good job. We scroll down to the bottom. I click. My Y-min, I clicked at Y229, my Y-min is 1760. I am feeling that is bullshit. Maybe we don't multiply it by the individual content height. What if we don't do that? We nearly have functional scroll bars. You can only go down. You can't go back up. Oh, fuck, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Alright. Sure, buddy. How do I have a half-functional scroll bar that goes one way? Okay, okay. So. Alright. Here's the thing, alright? Here's the thing. I'm gonna do it for the fans. Alright. Here's my thought process. Wait a second. Hold on. Bear with me. I have paint, alright? This is this is where it becomes dangerous. Here is my content pane. Alright? It has a width of whatever the fuck. Nobody cares. And then in like orange, I have a scroll bar. Right? And this is my dirt bar. Alright? And then there's shit that fills this thing. This looks like a dumb clipboard. Now, when I click, right? I need another thing. I click. What's the logic? What's the logic here? The logic needs to be, I need to click within the scroll bar. So my click needs to be here. What is within the scroll bar? Within the scroll bar is this point, which is scroll Y. This is scroll Y. I am doing this with the mouse. Don't worry about it. And this is scroll Y plus the, is there a text option? Holy fuck. I'm not writing this out like this is dog shit. Maybe not like this big, buddy. This is this dot scroll Y plus this dot get scroll bar height. Right? Make this like this. Alright. Move this over here. So, and I also have like the well, these should also add, as we know, we also need to add, because this point here, this point, represents the thing's x coordinate and its y coordinate. So I need to make sure that this y coordinate gets added to here, which is what I did. This dot y. And over here too. Plus, you know, you get it, this dot y. That works. Sort of. So when I'm in it, when I click in it, I set a flag. The flag is that I clicked it. Right? i.e., the mouse is down. Right? I need to draw a mouse now. Here's my mouse. Right? It's got this. It has a little scroll wheel. Right? And this part is filled in. I click this part. Right? Boom. Clicked. The fuck am I doing? So this is the context of a click. Okay, cool. I click in here, and we have the green thing. Boom. We click. Then, as long as I'm within a bit of a leniency window, so it doesn't just stop scrolling arbitrarily, I have a little leniency window here. And as long as my mouse remains within that, then it should continue to scroll. After I've already clicked on it. So far, this all makes sense, right? So if this, do I need to put this in a handle mouse input event, or maybe I just put this in a draw, because a draw will get called every frame, and then it will require me to like click and hold for like at least one frame. Maybe. So I click this, and then if I'm outside, it should stop working. And then the drag conditions, it's like, we still have this part, but instead we have to be within the blue. I'm drawing hieroglyphics, I don't know what I'm doing. Click within the green, drag is click, and be within the blue. Why the fuck, like, this makes sense, right? But this scroll Y needs to be multiplied by the content height. Wait a second. Actually, this might have been useful. Wait, this might have actually been useful. No, dude, my scroll bars are dumb. Hmm. So at I literally keep doing this by accident. Um, if we're at the top, then I just have to click at Y plus that. If we're like 1 unit down, like clicking here shouldn't do anything, but clicking here should. Am I considered dragging at that point? I'm not. Okay, so it sets it to 200. Then if I'm here, sets it to 100. Why is it a 100 pixel difference? What the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's my history content pane? Wait a second. Content height is the last thing. History line height. In Y, in width, in height. X, Y, width, height. Hold on. Individual content height should be history line height. History line height is 10. Why is it changing by 100? That's really weird. Let's see. Scrollbar Y min, step into this. Y scroll is 0. And your screen chords returns 103. So that's a different one. I don't want that one. And then two screen chords returns 100. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, this makes sense. Now, I'm going to scroll this down 1 unit. And I'm going to re-enable the breakpoint. And do this. And then it does this again. I realized I couldn't show this part. So, this is the... Now, Y scroll is 0 in this context, so I don't care. In here, Y scroll is 100. Oh, because I multiplied it again, so I got a 10 times 10. So don't do that. Heck off, I have to restart. So now it should be going up by this amount. Okay, fuck, dude, this is so dumb. Just give me a working scroll bar. Oh wait, I have a breakpoint for it. I need to disable the breakpoint. Let me go up here and scroll down 1. Re-enable the breakpoint. Get a mouse input. We're here now. Boom. This is Y scroll 0, which is what I thought. This is now Y scroll 10, which returns 110. And this returns 134. Okay, so, right, just keep going. But I can't click on it anymore after I scroll down a bit. And that's what I want to know. My Y is 292, my Y min is, okay, so I did get a dragging prompt, actually. Interesting. But it's not continuing to drag. I don't need this anymore. So that I can please stop accidentally opening paint again. I got a dragging prompt. Why did it not move, though? Oops, I didn't have to scroll all the way down. What if I don't update those scroll bounds? Maybe that's causing some problems. Well, it is allowing me to do shit, but it's not. It won't let me go up. Why won't it let me go up? It'll follow me going down. But it won't follow me going up. I think I know. I think that's why. Yep, that's why. Because when I go up, the very top of the scroll bar snaps to my mouse position, and when I move up, I'm no longer within the scroll bar. So we actually have to be a little bit more lenient on the y-axis. I don't really need to be super lenient this way, but I should be at least pretty decently lenient vertically up so that I can actually scroll upwards. Holy fuck, we have functional scroll bars. Look at this. Functional ass scroll bars. And they even scroll up, and they scroll down, and all this other stuff. Now, why does this show this much, but the scroll bar goes all the way down to here? Excellent fucking question. I wish I knew that. Now, if I make a new dummy, right, notably, there's nothing here, right? This shows... The more I add... Actually, hold on. So... There's definitely something. What seems to be happening here is the more entries, not only the shorter does the scroll bar get, but the longer the scroll bar, like the more track it gets too at the same time. The amount of track it gets should be consistent, but the scroll bar should be thing, right? Okay, maybe I can quickly fix that, but I need to figure out what's determining the amount of track that it has. I need to map. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to map the height of the content pane from 0 to the height to the scroll space. 0 to the length of the thing, right? Minus, obviously, the height of the scroll bar. Because right now, it's just, like, visually at that point. Okay. I need it so that 0 maps to 0, that there's more than 10 people in the world struggling with this exact issue. Currently. Oh my god, you're so right. It's such a common thing. And then I need the height of the pane minus the height of the scroll bar to be equal to the bottom of the list. Right? In essence, 0 will map to 0. And then, like, this is, y, and then, like, scroll y, basically. 0 map to 0. And then, the y here is going to be this dot height minus this dot, get scroll bar height will map to this dot contents dot size times this dot individual content height. That's the mapping I need to make. 0 maps to that maps to that. That's all I know. Anything else in between has to sort of be linearly interpolated. Try and catch the end. I might not be going for much longer, but adios. So when I'm converting, this is how, like, it's these things that need to be changed, right? This conversion is not correct. And this is actually supposed to be this dot height. Or sorry, this dot y. This dot y, and it's supposed to be this dot y plus this dot height minus this dot get scroll bar height. So you would think the screen to scroll chords is minus this, but this also means that I need this map to that. Actually, I can linearly interpolate this pretty easily. I said the wrong slope. My slope, I think, is scroll y or something in this case, but it needs to be, you know, like literally. Okay, so we will have this dot y. Okay, so we know our y-intercept is going to be negative this dot y, right? Because for y screen 0, this should be 0. Actually, it's more like an x-intercept. Means I don't actually know what our y-intercept is. But I don't think it matters. I don't need to write it in... Well, I do need to write it in slope-intercept form. The fuck? Oh, it's fine. I still have, like, everything that's supposed to be. So, I know that to go to the scroll coordinates, I need the rise over the run. The rise is this. The run is delta x. It's going to be this minus this. This dot height minus this dot get scroll bar height. That's the run. This dot height minus this dot gets scroll bar height. And the rise is going to be this dot contents dot size dot times this dot individual content height, which I believe is get contents height. Get contents height. There's my slope times y screen but now I have to calibrate to a certain point where if my y screen is this dot y, I should get 0. So if it's this dot y, and I multiply it by this, what do I get? Okay, you know what? Int m. We're literally just going to do this. We need a convert. This is what we need. So when I enter this dot y, I should get 0. Which means my b should be the inverse of this minus, okay, so it should be 1 over m minus this dot y. And also, these should be floats. Because then I literally return m times y screen plus b. And then cast this whole thing to an int. This means that wait a second, right here. This means that from here, if I enter this dot y, I got this dot y times this. Oh wait, it should be this dot y over. It should be negative this dot y over m. So now, if I enter this dot y, I get this dot y times m. My fucking brain dead. It should be this negative this dot y times m. So if I enter this dot y, I get this dot y times n, and then I know that I need to subtract this to get 0, because I know that this dot y should map to 0 in the scroll coordinate space. Boom, we have a transformation. Now, we must go backwards, which is easy because lines are invertible. We just need to do the same thing. And instead, we need to solve for x. So if this is y equals mx plus b, well, if y scroll equals m y screen plus b, we now need to solve for y screen. I'm going to subtract b and divide by m. After I cast it to that. This makes sense? I think this makes sense. You can crash the game though. I swear to God, if I got a divide by 0, I almost certainly, yeah, I literally did. Right, because here I now return the height. Okay, now this is where I will return 0. What if the contents is 0? Well, if the content is 0, it wouldn't be scrollable. In which case, I'm returning 0. Yeah, no, we're good. This is good. Just had to break out a little bit of hard math, and not hard math, this is fucking simple. And this will linearly interpolate between those 2 points. Middle school math. High school math. This is grade 9 math. It's been too long, agreed. I had to break out a small fraction of my math degree. So I have news. It doesn't fucking work. That's because now I need to multiply it by the individual content height. And do I have to divide the screen by the individual content height? Because it's technically working, it's just... what? And what? Oh, that's because this is the scroll bar that doesn't have anything. If the ID would make you prove everything you do, you certainly wouldn't do any errors anymore. This is true. Please prove that this works. Okay, so I don't need to care about this one, because, this is for the potion one, which has size 0, so it doesn't care. This is the one that I do care about, which has size 9. And notice how my Y max is 106, which is... not that much. Oh, wait! What if I did this? Oh, it probably works. Let's check this one. Okay, this does scroll a little bit better. I just need to, there's one small little factor I need to multiply this by. Should I multiply this? Okay, so now we're actually getting something a little bit reasonable out here. Should I multiply this by... two scroll chords, mouse Y. Okay, so from here, alignment is 101. Which is just a scroll Y. Scroll Y is 1. And then I do to screen chords. You know what? Multiply by this dot individual content height here. And then when doing the reverse, I divide this result by this dot individual content height. And I think I need to make sure it casts this whole thing, else I'm going to get integer division. How does that look? Holy shit. Wait. That... I just ran into the exact same problem that I had before. Okay, don't divide this then. Fuck dividing it. I feel like now it's gonna not be correct. Yeah, it just fucking disappears. Okay, cool. Cool. This was closer to the answer. Because at least the bar stayed within the bounds. Two screen chord still has that factor. But I got rid of the factor. Well, not anymore. Oh, okay. So the problem now is... We're not going through the two coordinate systems again. Alright, so it's basically a linear interpolation, right? Where I have to map the top of the content pane, this dot y, to the scroll space of 0. Basically, the scroll space is just sort of the index that I'm starting, because I have a list of contents. And this basically represents which index I'm should be at the top of the list. More or less, right? And so I need to map between these two spaces. So the top of the content pane, i.e. when the scroll bar is at the top of the content pane, it should be set to 0. When the scroll bar is at the bottom of the content pane, and the bottom of the content pane for the when the top of the scroll bar is at the bottom of the content pane, that is, the top of the scroll bar is at this dot y plus the height, but minus the scroll bar height, so that the rest of the scroll bar height goes to the bottom of the actual bottom of the pane. It should map to the index of the bottom. Or actually, how does this scroll down? Scroll down is this dot content height minus height. Maybe I need to actually do this dot content heights minus height. Shouldn't it map to the line that is at the top then? Probably. This dot contents height minus height, I think, is what I want here. Or chance. Because that's what this scroll down is bounded by. It's bounded by that. So, that actually worked. Not completely though, and shit, we're like so close. It works for the history sometimes. Sometimes it works. For example, this one here. This scroll bar goes from here to here. It's perfect. Basically, I'd say that's basically perfect. This one, not quite. This one also works out really well. This one, not quite. I wonder if there's like some even versus odd amount of lines. Actually, yeah. How many lines do I have on this one? This one has a size of 19. And the scroll bar height is 31. There might be an off by one. So this has a size of 19. This one has a size of 9. This one's also odd, by the way, but looks good. This one has a size of 24. So this one is even and looks good. This one has a size of 7 and it looks a little weird. What if the... Or is it truncation added again? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe there's some truncation. I think there's some truncation. I think I'm getting fucked by integer division. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked by integer division again. I actually could confirm I'm getting fucked. This first line 0, line 1. The first one would be line 0. And that's not too much of a problem. I think I'm getting fucked by integer division. This is a float, but this is an integer, and 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 so we are doing integer division. Ah, the classic villain. As long as one of these is casted to a float, it should cast everything to a float. If this is specifically a float, it'll do this, this will make this a float, it'll see this as a float, it'll upcast this to a float, and then it'll be good. Okay, so that's this. This should also be the same thing. Now this is fine, because this is just integer multiplication, so I don't care too much about that. And this should be a float as well. Wait, what? Oh wait, yeah, B is a float. That doesn't matter. This part's fine, because it'll upcast this to a float, and then it'll do float division, and then it will cast it down to an integer. Okay, okay. I got news for you. It didn't fucking do shit. In fact, somehow that made it worse. Actually, not really. But we're still not fully there. Oh, you know what? This offset should not be. Wait, I think that's most of the problem. Why did that like not? Why did that like physically not change shit? Oh, because I literally don't use Y2. Right. So that never mattered to begin with. Gotcha. Let's look at scrollbar height. I take the scroll Y and I convert it to screen chords by multiplying it by this. Okay. The Y min is 150. And Y max is 174. What's the height of this content pane? Because the Y max should be the height is 174. Yeah, no, like that's right. Like the Y max is actually like the bounds are right. Maybe it's this. I don't know. I'm a fucking dumbass vibes. Look at this. Now it actually scrolls correctly, even over here. Because I think that was literally a +1 error causing me problems. And it was drawing an extra one. What if I add potion effects to this? Okay, and then let's add speed. Add strength. Let's add water breathing, I guess. Sure. Add fire resistance. Resistance. Add scroll bar. Boom. And this is the problem. This is the problem. Because there is 5 effects. There should be speed. And that's why I added that +1. Height divided by individual content height. So in this case, the start is scroll y, let's say the scroll y is 0, right? So the start is 0, and then it should be 0 plus the height divided by the individual content height. And the height is whatever the fuck it is, and the individual content height is like 8 or whatever. I need to know. The height for this is also 100, I believe. Yeah, so it's also 100. And the individual content height is whatever the button width is, which is, I believe it is 15. Okay. So 100 integer divide by 15 is not 10, it's, I don't know, 6. It's 6. 0 plus 6 is 6. The end is 6. The end is 6! That doesn't make any fucking sense. So if the end is 6, oh, the end is at index 6. So I return a sublist from index 0 to the minimum of the size and end, which is 6. So my definition of scrollable is wrong. That's it, basically. Get content's height. What is the content's height? This.contents.size times individual content height. I have 5 times individual content height of 15. 15 times 5 is 75. The height is 100. What the hell are you talking about? There's 5 potion effects here. They're, I need to fucking benchmark this, dude. I can't believe this. Which one is this? Okay, the contents. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 things here. The height is 65. Who set the height to 65? Other than me. The width is 100. Oh, okay. Times 4 plus 5. So it's 65. Yeah, because it's 65. Okay. This is acceptable. Oh, I see. The viewable content. The viewable content. My scroll Y. Okay, so the height is 65 then. The start is still 0. My lord. The start is still 0 because the scroll Y is 0, and then the end is going to be 0 plus the height, which is 65, divided by the individual content height, which is 15. So it's 65 divided by 15, which gets me 4. So I go 0 to 4. And the 2 index is exclusive. But I don't want to put the n+1 here, though. This should only be showing 4 items. Maybe that? Oh, what have I done? Hmm. I think I fucked something up here. Just a thought. Something got omega fucked. What the hell? Okay, don't add this +1 then. Fuck that. That fixes it, sort of. But then the scroll does not. So at this point, what's our scroll Y actually? At this point, I think this matters. Our Y min is, this is the one that should have 5 entries. Our Y min is 116. Well, I mean, our scroll Y should be 1 here, I'm guessing. Our scroll Y is 42. Yeah, that makes sense. What does this set it to? Bunch of stuff. And then I update the scroll bounds. Well, okay, assume it's 42, and then we clamp it to be this. The contents height minus the height. This contents height is the size. There's 5 of them times individual content height. So this is 60. Minus height is 65. It gets clamped between 0 and 5, which means it gets clamped to 5. To 5. Where's my speed? Yeah, you know, the thing that you should have. That's not showing up because you're weird. Because it can only go like 5. But this point should still map to that index. But I guess it doesn't because of probably some weird integer division shit. Okay, this is something I'm gonna have to work on later, basically. I've been like doing this for like 5 hours, and not only am I'm just kind of done right now, I have to eat and chill So I'll be back at it. This is unfortunate. We're like so close, and then it's just drawing some, and then it's just getting some GUI textures, which I've technically started. You'll know what's wrong in 5 minutes while I eat. Dude, if I have that, oh my god, if I have that epiphany, I'll be so fucking happy. Basically. Um but then that's scroll bars done. Now just position things, just a little bit of GUI positioning, and then that's it. The GUI is done. We get the textures, we slap the textures on, we do the DDD compat, and then we're done. Like I can see an end. This was the hardest part. The scroll bars was arguably the hardest part. Only to go back to the PC and it not working anyway. Yeah, dude, I can. There's also that as well. So, um, anyway, thanks for tuning in and watching and joining me on this journey of self-destruction. We will we will get there. I will yeah. So, peace out. You'll have a good rest of your day. I gotta fucking eat and sleep basically. I gotta sleep this off kind of thing. So yeah. You'll have a great rest of your days, and I will see you guys later. Bye bye.